and I'm going to go and get something to eat real quick. Hopefully, when I come back, there won't be a delay.
Have you found your daily pebbles?
Oh, I am almost back. I am back. I was Eepy Boy, and now I am not Eepy Boy. I got all manner of Thanksgiving leftover. We got some stuffing, we got some casserole, we got some gravy, we got some cornbread, we got everything, basically. There we go. Hey, Term. Hope you're doing well. We've been doing good. We've had a couple crashes today, which is unfortunate, but I've just been resetting stream to fix it. You know, currently eating some Thanksgiving leftover. Might have to go down to, like, a larger delay to see if I can offset it for the future, which is unfortunate because I was really liking the 5-second delays. But hey, what are you gonna do, am I right? Good stuff, good stuff. Cornbread came out wonderfully. So good. Oh, that's so good. There's no reason for it to be this good. But Thanksgiving has come around and gone around. Now it is the time of Thanksgiving leftover. There we go. There we go. I just saw something that Star has prepped for tomorrow. And I'm so excited. Everybody, if you haven't, go ahead and follow Starboy Blue. Let me get them a shout out real quick. That's the wrong shout out command. Go and follow them. Give them everything. Give them all the respect. Because they got something happening tomorrow. They got a big thing happening tomorrow. And then you all should see it. You hear me? Listen. Listen. I'm fucking serious. I'm so fucking serious right now. Go and support them. Go follow them. Do that. It will be worth it. I'm in the wrong place. Oh, heck. I will be there to the best of my abilities. That's all I ask. Because they got something big going on. I'm sure Cloud knows. Or at least they also saw the announcement in their in Star's server. And I know based on that silhouette, I know what it's about. What did Star ever do to you? Bold of you to assume that it was bold of you to assume that one sec. Bold of you to assume that they didn't come to me first. Bold of you to assume your head won't get patted. No, I know my head will get patted at some point. Hey, look, there it is. Very nice indeed. Ah. I bet Thanksgiving is Gumshoe's favorite holiday. I'm one who pets and makes memes. Yeah, you're also a chill dude to hang with. At least in regards to, like, chat. You know. You got a good vibe about you. As a chatter. Ah, there we go. You know, I can see that. They're very, like, I can see that, like, they do talk about, like, like, they're, like, the Christmas kind of guy, but, like the work Christmas guy. Like, they stay up, like, making sure that the office Christmas party is gonna be perfect for everybody, even though they stay after hours, even though they know they're not getting paid for it, because they just want their coworkers to be happy, you know? They just want their coworkers to be happy. And I'm getting a knock at the door, so give me a sec while I go and check what that is. Alright. Need to see thing. There. I just. There we go. There we go. Yeah, they definitely feel like an office party Christmas kind of person, you know? At least that's my opinion, anyway. You know? Alright. Let's get into this. You doubt me, boy? She took out some small brown bottle and sprinkled it in. Couldn't she have been adding sugar? Sugar? In a small brown bottle like that? Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? A bottle like this, perhaps? Oh, there it is! That's the one! That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So what did the accused put in the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you? The man took one sip of it. Looked like he was in terrible pain and then collapsed. He took just one sip? You young'uns, you waste everything. Those cappuccinos cost $8! In the good old days, we'd have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died. Congratulations, you've earned the title of battiest man to grace the courtroom. I don't know, man. I feel like they're rather tame compared to some of the other people we have to deal with. Though it was an immediate death, well, with potassium cyanide, oh, is that possible? Oh, yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino. I just drank turned sour in my stomach. I think Ben takes the cake. Yeah, Ben and Trillo. Oh, yes, I know the feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is... That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features! It's a disgrace, that's what it is. I'm sorry? You can see all the way up to her... You know! She's practically naked in that uniform! Oh, but also a parrot and a radio. True. True. I feel like the parrot and the radio are outliers and thus should not be counted. But I feel like in order to be counted in the award for battiest man to grace this courtroom, they have to be like a person, like a humanoid figure, you know? So I can kind of give Trillo and I can give Ben and Trillo Quist the thing for that. So the particular feature you recognized about the waitress is her outfit. But anyone could wear just such a uniform. Even me! Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. No, Judge, you don't understand. I make so much money off of fan art now. No! Don't get all excited, Nick. You've got to keep yourself together. No, I want to see it. Yeah, prove to the court right now, Phoenix. Prove it right now. I guess I got a bit carried away. God, there are other things I recognized about her, too. I make so much money on OnlyFans. Honestly, I don't know why I'm a lawyer. I think I just do it because I love justice. That much. But two? Seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Press harder, obviously. Sure, you saw a waitress take a coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Go on, Nick. Show the court. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, there's other features that you recognize about the defendant. Would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure, sure. There was a ribbon in her hair, and her apron straps were loose. I'm sorry, a ribbon in her hair? Well... You don't seem to love justice enough to have the stenographer or lawyer badge anymore. Oh... You know, sometimes, you know, that is valid. Let me fix that real quick. Let's see. I'm sure I have it around here somewhere. I'm sure I have it around here. I totally have it. Don't question me. I know where it is. Totally. Why is the man boinging his nose? I don't know, man. I think he's not quite there, you know? I don't like it, honestly. Honestly, it is kind of disturbing. It's just like... Like, man's just like... You know? Like I feel like it's gonna pop. Which is against the rules. Like, in every conceivable way. It's against the rules. Also, we are losing frames. Jesus Christ. Here it comes. Maybe? Is it my browser? Wait a minute. Is it my browser? Yeah, when I open up my browser, does it? Maybe. This looks like a tomato, and we had a clown in the court. We really did. We really did have a clown in the court at some point. And somehow, some way, that is not the strangest, like, that is not the most red nose that we've seen. Honestly, it's kind of impressive. Yeah. There we go. Ooh. Right here. And we'll just... There we go. Trying to see a doc about that. I don't think he has the money to see a doctor. You do seem to remember several details about her appearance, but what about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. As if I would remember that. Objection. The witness noticed the straps on the accused apron. He's unlikely to have made a mistake about her face. That's right, I can even tell that the color of the ribbon in her hair, it was red! So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. No doubt he remembers the waitress. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more somehow. The identifying features you described are all things that you would have seen from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all? Ha! Got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they ask to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment! I tell you I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons! I'm just telling you what I saw! This is something anyone could wear, including me! Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about the identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. The old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. If I can find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. So yeah, first off, so that's a fucking lie. That is a major fucking lie. Because her apron. Mr. Kudo, would you like to take a look at this? That filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. We got to see Maya in it last week. Exactly. Maya's done it. Now it's your turn, Phoenix. It's your turn. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looked like just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot! What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And you just said yourself that you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means if you had really seen the apron... Wait, go back. Grandson? Yeah, they have a grandson. Totally. You all know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. This man has a grandkid? He's fucked! Of course he has. He's a goddamn horn dog. Like, it's like, I will say, people are a lot different from when they're older and when they're younger. Like, just because someone's old and they're crotchety and rude, you have to understand how many like, sexist, racist grandparents there are because of how much shit people let slide. Which I will say, once again, if you see something, say something. Also, his mouth is crooked. Yeah. I think he needs some dentures. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. Witness! You can't just oops your way out of this! Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Triton, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly! And when that one waitress put the poison in the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. He needs some milk. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Tell the court exactly what you saw, Graham. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin is perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted. He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Damn. Very well. Let us see how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. About the victim? He was another one of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Testimony we have just heard is part. Oh yes, I hate those you know what types who are so vague about everything. How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. You just need to prove that this old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but what I do best. Being cruel? Alright. Newspaper. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Okay, so he had a newspaper in his right hand. The newspaper was a sports paper. That young hooligan, I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting? How was I supposed to be able to read the back pages with all that rustling going on? I need to find out if Gusten Braun retained his championship title. It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why don't you buy your own? What are you looking at me like that? How dare you judge me? He's a jerk that deserves to be tripped. Gusten Braun got beat yesterday, by the way. Anyway. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand. Need to find a contradiction in there. Anything will do, even the... Let me just... Who the hell is Gutzen Braun? I think it's literally just a random name. His free hand? Yes! Which hand was that? Weren't you listening before, cloth ears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? Ah, god damn it! God damn it! God damn it! It's right at the 30-minute mark. It's like right as we pass 35 minutes. God damn it. I need to figure out what's causing this. Because there is something happening right as we pass 35 minutes. Which means that it's not a network issue. We know that. It's something to do with OBS. Because that is way too consistent. There's something going on in OBS's back system, I guess. I'll figure it out at some point. Free hand was in his right hand, then which hand wasn't, moron? Ow! Huh. Perhaps Great Mr. Trite has three hands. Yeesh, I was only asking. No need to gang up on me and treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than Swiss cheese. Wearing a broken pair of spectacles. Spectacles? Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green and the other was broken. Green? That's not green. I mean, it's kind of green. That's more like turquoise than anything else. Like, that's like maybe aquamarine. That's like a bluish green, but like that is, you cannot tell me that that's like definitively green, you know? Newfangled rubbish. That's what I remember him so well. He did have some kind of lens over his left eye, but I wouldn't have called it a pair of glasses. Seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Cadeau's sharp appearance. We better come up with something sharp and quick. Guess I'll wait to see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. Did thou reset stream? No, we just had another crash. Maybe the N was changed to a Y. The newspaper in his right hand. The young man was listening to the wireless. The wireless? The decadent young rascal. In my day, it was one or the other. Read the paper or listen to the wireless. Oh boy. Using an earpiece is selfish, that's what it is. I was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. Was he that desperate to listen to the radio? What are you looking at me like that for? How dare you! Ow! Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. You mean the waitress who you only saw from behind? You're one of those, aren't you? You never let anything go, isn't that right? Maybe? What does it matter if I saw her from the front of the... Ow! Better not push it until I got some hard evidence. Oops. Yeah. This one requires a small leap. Look at your evidence again. Like, I have an idea, and I think it's the crime photo with the free hand, because, like, it kind of looks like he was using his, like, right hand, but supposedly not, because that's where, like, he was reading the paper. So, you know? Clearly faulty, it's not. It's the scooter. Wait. 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 Is it this one? Because he said he was using the newspaper in his right hand. But the way that this cup is and where the coffee stain is would require you to hold it with your right hand. Oh, you're having me press on the wrong one. Okay, good to know. I'll do the other one. Also, yes, that was me doing a villager impression. There we go. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you told me at the start of the testimony? That this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory? I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you, nothing! If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Wright? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim... Wait a minute, the blueprint is saying the victim was sitting on the table, at the table. Leap. The victim was holding the paper in the right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would have made that his left. What is this, kindergarten? But I'd like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim you'll notice a mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where the stain is, you can clearly see that the victim was using the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park. Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, then you're wrong! I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw! You still insist on this testimony? What young rat was holding in the cup is in his left hand. Oh, and yes, no question, I'm a good law-abiding citizen. If you think dead young hot bot like you spiky-haired yahoo, you are at fault. Who, me? Thank you, old man. We have heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man! Been around 68 years I have! You can't ignore me! Listen to what I've got to say! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear him out a little more? Mr. Godot! This is my 16th cup of coffee. So this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain! You can rely on Victor! Left hand or right hand? The boy was wearing his earpiece on the same side as the green... The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs, so the left side. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used that same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand! We all know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor, often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a display that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. Common tool used in the victim's line of work. Term just flipping off while Kudo is ranting is him. I mean, yeah. I had to. I'm like, this is a moment. HD, TV, DVD, CD, all the newfangled letters drive me mad. But they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth. It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying. Those are the facts, in good old black and white. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side of his lens. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used that same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. I think this guy's telling the truth, but even so, something's not quite right. And chuck evidence at him until he breaks. He's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions. Right? So the victim was wearing an HMD. HD, TV, CD. It's none of them, actually, but thank you. I'm pretty sure HMD stands for head-mounted display, right? You were sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side. No question, I could only see the side of his head from where I was sitting. Yeah, that's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. Well, the truth is wrong, dummy. Let me check something. Okay, well that didn't help. Okay. Fiddling with it all the time. Seems you kept an eye on Mr. Glenelg. Also, I just realized their name's an anagram. If you spell their name backwards, it also says Glenelg. He was getting on my nerves. Rustling the newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. And then he went and made all that fuss dying over one sip of Javachino. I wanted to say to him, "Calm down, you young brat!" His looking at him made me suddenly speed up my seed eating. I could have choked. So I take it the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up his cup. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with? Don't throw your seeds at me. Which hand did the victim touch it with? You're one of those people. You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fasten your left cuff with your right hand. Okay, so listen here, you little shit. How else are you supposed to fasten your cuffs? You can't fasten the cuff of your sleeve without the other hand. I mean, you can, but it's gonna be a goddamn, like, it's gonna be awful. And then the tour guide says, on the right side, you'll see the famous blah, blah, blah. And you're the only one who deliberately looks left. Well, aren't you? No, I didn't. Obviously, he used the hand on the same side of his body. And I guess. Why aren't you minding your business? And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand! You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo. That's because I know what I saw, no matter what tricks you try to play on me. Looks like he really did see this guy picking up with the left hand. It's a dead end. Even so, something's not quite right. If he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions. I don't understand what that even means. So, are we talking about the cuff thing? Because, like, like when you're wearing a dress shirt and like the sleeves have like little cuffs with buttons that you have to like fasten so that way they're not just like open. Like you cannot like fasten that without your other hand. Unless that's not what they mean, in which case I don't know what they're talking about. Wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs, he kept fiddling with them all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. So I kind of want... My brain is being like, well, he could have seen left, but like his left hand from your point of view. This is a stage left issue. Oh, god damn it. God damn... Stream. Every 30 minutes. Why is it every 30 minutes? Why is it every 30 minutes? Twitch, I'm starting to get pissed. OBS, I'm starting to get pissed. That's a 100-second delay. That's unacceptable. God. Left hand. Of the crime scene. Okay, it's somewhere in here, right? Like, it's gotta be. Like, it literally can't be because of the right hand. Like, legitimately. Wait. 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 Oh my god, I just realized. Also, we are once again going to try and fix this delay issue by doing this. So please. Okay. So I don't know why, but I pressed play, and then it was like, we couldn't access your channel. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't access my channel? What do you mean? But what I said during that time period that we were gone was it had to have been 5 minutes. It had to have been. They could not have presented on their left side. They could not have been fiddling with an earpiece in their left ear because their left eardrum is ruptured. They wouldn't be able to hear diddly squat. And that's just the facts. That is just the facts. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but Mr. Kudo, something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say that they were wearing an earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo, but the victim couldn't hear out of his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Traces of medication for his condition were also found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear. Because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? Is it? Pigeon! Pretty pigeon! Order! Order! This witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godot. Ugh. A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in a cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down! I know I'm right! The lad drank his cappuccino with his left hand! Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup, held in his right hand, and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Bro, smoking. Get him a mechanic. Impossible! The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of coffee. And I'm gonna wait. Because you guys are having to deal with with literally the worst kind of, Twitch delay. You guys are having to deal with Twitch crashing and it taking, having a minute delay between stream stuff. The ad came right as you said, mechanic. Oh. Now we wait. We wait and we hope. While this is going on, I'm gonna go and get myself a snack because we got some like pecan pie, like. That's the thing. Hey, there we are. Welcome back, everybody. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The fact stands that with one hand or the other, Mr. L drank the poisoned cup. Like this! Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory was credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceeding. I'm satisfied with the witness is not deceiving the court. The coffee I replaced it with is pure oil! But to be frank, testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? My name is not Frank and you know it. Take that, you pompous old bogey! I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but you can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. Court is adjourned. Hold it! Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now! How's your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut until now. There's something else this court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance! I want another crack at you, you young shark! But me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everybody, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook! I'm sorry, Gramps, but I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man! That's enough, witness! I believe it'll be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet! Much, much quicker! Can't believe this is happening. You better get ready! I get the picture. Just quit throwing these seeds at me, will you? Gotta be using some sort of infinite ammo code with this box of seeds. Caffeine patch be like, it's the caffeine patch! First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of that Javachino. Well, that clumsy idiot upset the base. It knocked it right over. It broke and a strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, hmm? You can stay up for days with no side effects. Ah! Sorry. Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. You're doubting me again. You're doubting a poor, defenseless old man. No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Quick, somebody call the nursing home. Someone, and you just send them to Dr. Hotties. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips? Yeah, so what, probably. That's all I can think of. I have to cross-examine the guy. You're a bird brain, that's why. That's all you can think of. What do you mean defenseless? You got seeds. Me when I throw the 68-year-old man into a war zone with a box of seeds. Might be nothing. I'm not too sure of it myself. Young boy slumped over. Upset a vase. Upset a vase, did they? Where, though? Yeah, I'm calling some fucking bullshit on you, my man. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. So what? Look carefully at the table. The base is there. Intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Granddad? I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch! Oh! Enough! If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. What is it now? I just remembered something. Yes, go on. The broken vase, it was on my table. Oh, well, you see. It startled me when the young lad collapsed, so I stood up. That must have been what fell over. The vase on my table, I mean. The vase on your table. Yeah, it was on my table. And that's how my groin became completely soaked. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all? Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Miss. Wait a minute, if that's the case, there's more! I've got more to say! Oh, yeah, I remember something else! Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait, listen to me! Well, it seems that we have become considerably sidetracked. And I'm still not in a position to deliver a verdict. defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we've heard thus far. The marks on the coffee cup and the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he could not hear. Wow, Nick, you did it! I therefore require both the defense and prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor? The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use, so he summarized it accordingly into this statement. Okay. May each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. Prosecution doesn't need props like that. Joe's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. He's scheming, man. I'm sorry? Isn't a piece of the testimony more like a 5-year-old's apology? What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. The court is adjourned. Yeah, go ahead and save, and let's get back to investigating. January 7th. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what old Mr. Kudo saw. The apron straps and the ribbon. And then the victim was wearing the earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah! We gotta go find one for Maggie or she's gonna have a terminal case of guilty. God, Maya, you are just the best. Criminal affairs. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? Feels different in here. Think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call the officers quick! Can't you shut down the station's server? Gee, quit playing on the internet! But my email pen fell! Wait. Lead as princess. Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No! Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy? More like panicking. What's going on? Something big. Must be the chief of detectives. He looks lost now that the power to his computer's been cut off. Guess he'll just have to write her real letter instead of email. Alternatively, you could write some reports. Dear them, how are you? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. Must be coming up with a slogan for his crime prevention campaign. I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. Guess Maggie's still in questioning. But we've got questions to ask her too! Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Well, if that's the case, we go head off to Trebian. Empty as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime, too. That's it. Come on, come on, come on! Hey, that sounds like... Not just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. Getting real worked up over something. No! That's the wrong number. Looks like an 8 would only have netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was, I was... I was just, listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here? He is, and he's having a twin tea set. What can I say? Day's trial? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? Really drove her into a corner, you know? You always blow up on my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it, for once. Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. Usually it's like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Can't even afford Swiss cheese. The only kind I can get is the kind in the cave in my backyard. Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you about me, I mean? Well, how'd she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe! I hate him, sir! I mean it! I don't ever want to see him again! Something like that? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh, man. Poor Gumshoe. Lunch special? So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid this much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how'd it taste? Well, for $20, I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? Didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste, and I just realized it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. I wonder what pebble this is referencing. Oh, yeah, I wonder. You found it dark side up, giving you advantage on disadvantage. Exactly. Just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you paid $20 for it, you know? Maybe he should have found out about the price after he finished eating. Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glen Elk came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome, and speaking of Glen Elk, that reminds me, we still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, and seeing as he's here? And the radio. So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing, really. It was just, a daily exercise show. Detective. This lunch special lobster surely is great. But why are there tears in your eyes? Detective, I thought better of you. How dare you lie to me? All right, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. No. Now that you've made a big deal of it, I'm not going to tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... this? I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big just like Glen Elk did. It's like you can see right through me. Huh? I've cracked him already. See, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. Unlock success. Tell me about the radio. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. With everyone in the lottery. So, how'd it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? And they've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. Bet that's what Mr. Elk was listening to on the day that he was killed. Yeah, what time is it? Oh, it's just after 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast on at the same time? Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30 p.m. Millionaire Radio. That sounds so cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Damn. Ouch. Alright, but let's head to the kitchen. See if there's anything in here. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturally, I'll be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I'll have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop it, I beg of you! Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. No, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh, no, you don't have to worry. You worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is an oil sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye. For now. Ooh, I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become a nervous wreck. There, ooh, that feels good. Ooh la la, excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes! My eyes! Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, la oil sandalwood. It isn't just the leftovers of what you were just using! Ah! You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you're right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you're right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it's trade. But I want people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. They think you just serve fast food in cheap plastic... Wait, they think you just serve fast food in cheap plastic trays? Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But this restaurant is mine. I will defend it to the finale. No one will take it from me. That woman just now. Who was that you were talking to? Oh la la, you saw that? Well, yes, sorry. So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I'll be back next month. We naturalmente will be waiting. Is she okay? If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid I'm gonna get a little hot around here. I'll have everything ready, I promise. Now that I think about it, hey, Maya, I think it's pretty clear the kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well, then let's show them a piece of evidence and see what happens. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with the broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. They keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in and agreed to help them. Help them with what? My being sir, if I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she'll just slice me up and eat me with a salad garnish. Oh, I hope you don't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. The woman who was here earlier, I take it she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. How many petals does that rose have? You know? Let's count. 1, a 2, a 3. Suddenly I find myself so deep in the debt. It is a sign of the bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of a bad culinary skill. The woman who was here, she... Gary woman. From loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Getting attacked by my fat cat. The tender lender is what it was called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money.
Have you found your daily pebbles?
You must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So Tenderlender is a loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? Wonder if they got anything to do with this case. I mean, probably. I'm a weak woman when I'm upset. I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Instead of loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I'm like a slave. And all I have to do everything that they tell me. Who is he? The Tiger. The Tiger? He is the manager of the Tenderlender. A terrifying man. The big city mobster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Help, he's on my arm. Big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. That man is a presence, the most formidable personality. Although... he does have the spiky hair, just like you. There is a resemblance there, I suppose. Huh. Sounds like the loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit the Tenderlender, it's just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some. As long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just Be on Vitamin Square, huh? Well, we're on the move. Spiky hair. Oh, trust me, you'll take a look at him and you'll realize, holy shit, that's Phoenix. That's Phoenix and yet not Phoenix. No, wait, I didn't want to go to the Wait, no, I didn't want to go. I wanted to go to Vitamin. Send me to Vitamin. Hey, look, it's there. Huh, I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo. Maybe he went to buy another ton of birdseed. Kinda hoping you'd be here anyway. At least not for now. Besides, I need more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Hey, check this out! I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you, otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking around somewhere. Just imagine a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is just an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry. Someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Hey, look, pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons? We've talked about this. They're not. They're not, Maya. They're not. I'm sorry. This place is so fruity. Perfect for me. Oh, he is now in my face. Alright. Down to Tenderlender. Oh yeah, this place. Win through compromise. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. That is what they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. Makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. You're here to discuss alone? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. On. Like that. Guess we'll have to come back another time. This is the perfect opportunity, Nick! This place reeks of suspicion! Come on, Nick, let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be that okay? Of course, no one will ever... Coffee? Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick? Oh, she heard me! We love comedic timing. Now she wants to get out of here. Someone dropped an ashtray on the floor. It's gonna be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning it up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did she manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be like super heavy? Oh hey! Look, it's a book of matches in here too. Matches, huh? Places don't give that much aid. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on the cover. It says Très Bien. Matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. Hey, look at that Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Unless I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Huh. Same color as my suit. Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, gotta take a look. Some cake? I'll just leave it here for you. Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. You hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. Oh, what were you getting excited about? Look on the lapel of his suit. That's an attorney's badge? Look at it, it's made of cardboard. 1 sec, there's gotta be a PNG of that. 1 second. Oh, God. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Where is it? There's gotta be one. So the tiger is Phoenix wrong. Oh, God. I love this. One sec, I'm getting it right now. I don't need to get a green screened version of this, thankfully, because someone's already done the work for me. It's perfect. This is perfect for Pitchfork. This is perfect for Pitchfork. It's made out of crafting material, just like them. It's perfect. It's the perfect badge. Here, we'll put it right here. Right here, and we'll put it underneath your underneath you. So that way you can hold on to it nice and tight. Oh, God. Oh, my word. Oh, I didn't realize there would be a cardboard badge. I would have given it to him from the beginning. Also, the fact that the badge has been tricking people, this cardboard badge. That's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at that thing. It's made of paper. And also, Term, you don't think that spooky lady can hear me right? I hope not. I hope for the best that they can't. Made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Cardboard, equipped to Pitchfork. Let's see. This round thing is called a Daruma, I think. Figured I'd read a book or two to be more cultured in case you're wondering. I mean, you aren't making stuff up for a change? Heh, I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself up. Go on, Nick, give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. I tune in and suddenly Pitchfork has a cardboard attorney's badge. We found out that Mr. Man here, also they took the attorney's badge off of that. Essentially, like El Tiger, the Tiger, famous mobster, was pretending to be Phoenix Wright for some stuff. And the badge that they had on their lapel was made out of goddamn cardboard. And so I'm like, this is perfect for Pitchfork. Pitchfork's badge. El Tigre. El Tigre! No, this yellow thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything. It's more of a reversey person, you know? Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is a repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? 15,000 to replace a bumper and a light. That's insane. The car's registered to the Cadaverinis. Huh. It's not even the Tiger's car. Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Win through compromise. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Must mean something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That's Tenderlender's guiding principle. Oh! Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? If you know any Cadaverinis, you don't know me. Well, as long as we don't have it to compromise my hair, I'd say we're okay. That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. Ugh. What's this? That's a punching bag. What? No way! You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean, walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. That's why it's called a punching bag. Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before back in Trabia, and Paris fashion is more my thing. I really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. Alright, let's look at the big elephant in the room, or should I say the giant golden desk. One impressive desk and one impressive rug. It's solid gold, Nick! Gold! Just look at that shine! Only real gold shines like that. Would you really want such a shiny desk, though? I wouldn't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled! That's because it's completely dazzling. I can see my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. The desk isn't practical. No surprise there. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud that I wonder if you can even hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the Tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee! It was laced with something, I'm almost sure of it! Nick, my stomach is killing me! Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. I sure hope so. Better take a look at the CD while they're still alive to have the chance. What the? Not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? It's the demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. MC Bomber. What? Must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Come out from under the desk, Maya. What are you two snooping around my office for? Nothing, we were just... my precious carpet! You got hash on my rug! You's gonna wish you ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us, it was already... You's wanna argue with me? Is that what you doing? You think you can take me on? I'm gonna flatten you two into pancakes and turn you into new rugs. Oh. Don Tigre, you're back. That voice, it's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. Why is bro red? Holy muckus! I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked it over the ashtray earlier and... Has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. What? What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair! Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Phoenix Wright. Yes. You's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my phony. But I don't care. No one gets in my way. What, I mean, excuse me? You should have left the little girlie at home, right? I have a few things I want. No questions. This is the last time we meet. Wait, please! That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso? And cookies? Woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was the tiger called her? Violetta? Hey, first things first, Violetta, have you seen my badge? About this? More coffee? You must have more. No, thanks, I've had enough, really. I am so thirsty. I don't leave the office. I can't tell you about anything except Don Tigre. Ooh, can you tell me about this? About this? Okay, if you can't tell me about anything but Don Tigre, why aren't you letting me present Don Tigre? So you are impersonating someone is against the law? Of course he knows it's against the law. Alright, Tenderlender, tell me about that. I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlender. With a warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest. And an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tenderlender. Hey Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from a card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. Tenderlender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with a repayment. What happens? We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right! I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember, I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well! What happened? You know about the incident that we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That's the incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger? Curio Tigre. Curio? Gray? That's where the tiger thing comes from. Cheated folks' real name, Nick! Hurry up and find out more about him. Alright. Age 42. Head of Tender Lender Loan Company, also known as the Tigre. Can I ask you about the Tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre. Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I bake them myself. Now you know the name, he has a profile. Makes sense. Come on, Nick, the honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the Tiger and this scary girl doing working together? We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I own Don Tigre in my life. He's the one who saved me. The Tiger saved you. Please address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise I'll have to. Okay, Don Tigre. Sorry. Saved your life? I'm very frail, you see. Just recently I died. Once. You died? About 4 months ago. Doctors said to abandon all hope. Guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. Don Tigre saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was so happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I wonder about what's in her coffee. So is that why you've got that bandage around your head? Yes. What's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? Also, it's been an hour, and there's been no green crash. So I don't know what fixed it. But now I'm more aggravated because I pointed out that it could only not. I'm getting over. I'm taking the bit a bit too far. The crashes are real. The reactions, honestly, are kind of just mid for me. Like, legitimately. I'm kind of just okay, you know? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. A fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself. That's the injury you were talking about when you said that you had died once. Well then. 4 locks. She really creeps me out, Nick. In here, but gotta find out the truth. Hey, I'll be back because I assume. Hey. There he is, old Seady's back feeding the pigeons. There, take this and this and this. Get out of my park. I thought he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down. Let's sneak away while we can. What? Some might say you're just a chill waddle. Some might say you're just a chill waddle who low-key don't give a fuck. What? Why, hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? He just turned his back on us. Not surprised. I bet it really hurt his pride in court this morning. Mr. Kudo? Just a pigeon. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demon, in with good fortune. Seed! Shell splinters! Painful. I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Hey, so, today's trial. Sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Everyone's been talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was busy looking at the starving girl's backside. And he can't remember her face, a filthy, depraved animal. Not at all. Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino. We hear you. And another thing. The young layabout was wearing an earpiece, and the same side as the lens is his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. Oh, I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you, I tell you, I tell you! Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-eared brat! Take this! Embroiderer? You said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen right back to the old shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my finger up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, "Objection!" So, did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? Damn, I didn't know that it was early February. I don't think that's quite right, Maya. Technically, it's actually like January 7th at the current point of this timeline. I think he's just in a bad mood. I've got a tsunami of frustration inside, and it's ready to burst out. If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Suck it up, man. Pitchfork. Pitchfork? God damn it, Pitchfork. It's always something. I'm starting to think there's something wrong specifically with the Redeem.
Breaking news, Count Chocula, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Teddy Graham's bear have all tragically perished in a fire. Some more at 11.
That's good, that's good. I will say, I did see that end up on Sky's like TikTok. So I have heard of it. But also I will say I think that it's lovely. I think that is a lovely pun right there. Guess you better let him talk. Why are they saying pitchwork instead when you say pitchfork? Why are they saying that? Pitchfork is a word! Am I just not saying pitchfork right? Am I just not saying pitchfork right? I think the captions are probably just weird. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Oh, ads. Oh, God. Oh, God. That was good. That was good. Oh, my word. Ads are done. They might be done for you, but they won't be done for another 2 minutes for everybody else. Ads are like 3 minutes here due to the fact that, so essentially what we end up doing, I run 3 minutes worth of ads, specifically to stop, like, pre-rolls from happening. So when you log into stream, you won't end up getting, like, ads, and basically the only ads that happen are the scheduled ads that happen at roughly the top of every hour, more or less. Every hour of stream, anyway. Those 3 minutes will stop the actual thing from happening. The actual pre-rolls from happening, so you can leave the stream and come back and you won't be met with one the moment you walk in, which is nice. In the meantime, let me consult the tome. Because actually, I'm gonna have to do 2 of these, because I actually didn't do one of these at the beginning of the day. Let's see. Have I ever told someone they needed to wait their turn, and how did I feel when I did? I have to my nephews, and they looked so pitiful when they realized that they had to wait. And it's like, buddy, you gotta go down the slide. You gotta go down the slide when it's your... Like, you will get to do it, but you gotta wait, you know? You gotta wait. And do I think charisma is a quality or a skill? It is absolutely a skill. Some people can have a better charisma starting out, but it is something that you can hone. It is something that like, I'll be real, this actually kind of fits really well with how my new job has been going. Every single day that I go into work and I am on the drive-thru, I get told by at least one person every day that if things are taking a while to get their orders ready, they are like, yeah, I don't mind. Like, you've been, like, you were super cheery at the window. Like, you added a bit of light to the to like how things were. You know, you sound, you know, wonderful. And that speaking, that like act of like speech and talking and holding myself in that way is something that I did not have when I first started working. In fact, weirdly enough, I'd say that stream has sort of led me into this state where I am more likely to be, what's the word? I am more charismatic now than I was at the start. And you can really tell at the beginning, if you look at my earlier streams, I am super nervous, you know? That is exactly what the speedruns of Phoenix Wright look like. They're just button mashing and then using the right things. But yes, I used to not hold myself that well. If you look at my earlier streams, you can see that I am not confident in the way I talk. And sure, I still stumble, I still stutter, I still say things all the time that don't quite go anywhere. But you know, that's all good. It all still ends up working well, because I'm able to hold myself and keep the flow of stream a bit easier than I used to, which I think, honestly, is a skill that I'm super happy to have developed. There's a reason why speech is a class you can take in college, because learning how to give speeches and learning how to hold yourself, how to talk in front of a crowd, is a skill. Being charismatic is a skill, whether people want to admit it or not. It's something you can train, one way or another. Alright. So, there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then. Of course not, you idiot! All I'm good for now is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy me some breadcrumbs, take the dogs for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man! What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman? Well... Buy some bread, now that I can understand. Well, what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people just say what they mean? Get lost! That's what they're trying to say! Oh, yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see! At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at that restaurant. Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about Trebien? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did, the very day that young brat was poisoned. What?
What was the errand? On the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over on the table, and the serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase, and it all happened so fast, and I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me.
Excusez-moi, you call the police!
Call him yourself, I should have shouted back, but I didn't think of it at the time.
Did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
Do I look like I have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one?
I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened...
Yes, sirree. The owner was at Trebien on his own.
Why didn't you mention that in court this morning?
Well, I would have if you'd have given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom.
Also, hello, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for the day. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Yes, I remembered something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom and send him to the nursing home. Not the nursing home! It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame.
You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious, which leaves that woman, which means that man alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of that place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. But...
Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way, as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead.
We really need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Into the kitchen. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. This place is open for business. You can't have an open restaurant without a chef! Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when you need to talk to him most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Maybe. Right? We'll head out to the detention center. But we can't do that here, so maybe we head to the criminal affairs department. But we can't do that, so we head off to the detention center again. And then we move off to Trebien. And then present... one. What do you think about this? Alright, Pale. No, I didn't mean like that. I mean, you don't have to explain, really. Alright, Vitamin Square. Move to Tenderlender. And I guess now we should have enough that we should be able to present the Magatama. The head bandage. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. Now by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did that injury in question have something to do with this? Oh, but goddamn! I didn't press the thing. Okay, let's try that again. Also, we gotta have the thing now, right? Like, that just makes sense. Very badly. I really don't think we have enough for this. Like, we don't have the initial starting point to do the Cyclops, because, like, I don't know any... we haven't gotten anything that's heavy enough to be like, ooh, you almost died, you know? Maybe Gumshoe can tell us more about the victim. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place that he worked. What happened when he crashes through? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He crashes though. Oh, okay. He wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there was nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? I know. So have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well. Workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Inc. Sounds like a real stable company. Totally. You know, computers and their blue screens, totally stable. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know about the high-tech stuff. No wonder about that. Just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Computer firm called Blue Screen Inc. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct. I got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. Bye. Better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask, a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her, and she looked like she's lost a lot of weight, and... Detective Gumshoe? How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth that could down that much meat. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of the tender juiciness. So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so just say you will, pal. Can't exactly say no, can I? Weenies! Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. Weenie Hood. Finally gone. Alright, let's see if they snuck into the kitchen while we were gone. They did not. Move to the detention center. Hey, Mr. Wright! Oh, hello, Maggie. They finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. Not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident anyway. Is it possible she's the one misremembering things? So first things first, I do have something for you. And it is from our great cool detective. Oh, yeah, I got something that you're gonna love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox! Weenies, too! I can't believe it! Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He was really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making it, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules, and they'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems to be a lot scarier. Anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But... He's right. Better than letting him go to waste. But... I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Oh. The little glance up. Being like, I kind of really wanted those, but I can't accept it because they were Angie. That hit the spot. I love weenies. There's so many, like, sound bites that people are going to be able to get from just this. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Okay. Contradictions. He got beef with Gumshoe. He's got beef with Gumshoe because Gumshoe honestly didn't have that good of, like, their testimony, like, against her didn't really do that well. Like, we weren't able to find a lot of contradictions, and they're kind of mad because Gumshoe was supposed to have their back, and Gumshoe couldn't because it's his job to tell what he knows and not to just lie to the court. You know, and it, you know, and Gumshoe feels bad because he's like, obviously I must be missing something, because whenever I'm on the crime scene, I would usually know what to do. Like, I would always miss something, but this time I didn't. And for the first time, actually doing a good job at my job has led to a friend of mine being really hurt. And so he feels bad, and he wants to make it up to her. But unfortunately, you know, he got weenies for her. I'm not sorry. Oh. You know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there's just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. Didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder in the coffee cup? Do you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, it's not the only thing that disappeared. That CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh yeah! The MC Screwdriver album. It was MC Bomber, Maya. The name is scrawled on the sports paper. I never did find the CD at the crime scene, or the victim's medication that's gone missing. Ouch, my head. It's getting way too complicated. After the incident, you said you passed out when the victim Glenn Elg collapsed, right? Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police, and before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Trilogy. No idea at all. Why? Is that important? Well, the other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old Seedy wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go to call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No! You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in all this. Like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke. I don't know. Things that man said don't add up for some reason, sir. I think he looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old Seedy. Well, first things first, found the CD. Okay. So, profiles. Holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright! Just look at that ridiculous suntan! For the record, I'm not sunburnt like an overdried tomato, so I don't know how... He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii, and that's where he got the tan. I'm not hearing this. I'm not. Alright. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been in a bit of courtroom proceedings addicts for a year now. Feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. Not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie? If there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo and his testimony. Roger, I'll spill all that all and see what you make of it. Pebble. Hello, Icky. Hey, yo, how's it going? Going good. We had a couple crashes, but it looks like things have finally stabilized. It does mean I'm gonna have to take these VODs and stitch them all back together to make one complete VOD, but that's okay. Anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table... It's true, there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. Ah, Frankenvod. A Frankenvod indeed. But I can't really say it was the old man. Oh, then how about calling him a really old, middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So what did this woman look like? Sort of creepy? And she had a kind of cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like this recently? I bet you have. And now's the time to present her. Oh, god damn it. Are you really, if I showed you them, you'd be like, that was them! Oh, well. Criminal affairs. The main server just went up in smoke! Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, there's a problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief! But I'm watching videos online! I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas! Gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just when someone got... Some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down, something big.
Huh? What are you doing here, pal?
Detective Gumshoe!
You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay.
Huh?
We've got big problems here today.
Why? What's going on?
It's a virus! A virus!
A virus?
It's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system!
I really need to ask you some questions. Okay. Tenderlender?
Okay, I'm gonna say this once, so listen up.
Yeah?
No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay?
If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
Probably from the email, dude. Yeah.
We're not worried about borrowing money, Detective. We want information.
Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tenderlender is considered an even fishier than average loan shark. And it seems they ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed calling in their debts.
Really?
Don't go poking your nose around their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady you're talking about? Better find out what the story is with the lady. The computer virus? So what exactly is the computer virus, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know.
What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be some sort of knowledgeable group of people.
What's with the face, pal? You think you know what a virus is?
Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure, I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on.
Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage.
Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode?
No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. The insides go boom, right? Yo! 7 months! It's wonderful. It's amazing. 7 months, Brando. I hope you've been having a lovely time. I appreciate the support, as always. Oh, it really, really warms my heart. Just imagine, like, everything's digital. A virus could wipe out all of the memory on a computer. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. About to have a baby. You're about to what? Oh, wait. Thanksgiving. Got it. Got it. Oh. Greg, you beautiful bastard. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another, and so the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that?
Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would anyone destroy it?
No, people don't infect their own machines. They send a virus to someone else's. What the? That's horrible! I'd simply stop existing. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who, what, where, when, and why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. It's a bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. Name of that virus, huh? Feel like I've heard about it too. So we haven't even talked about what kind of virus, what the name of the virus is, so, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the girl who works over at Tenderlender's. You want to stay away from her, okay? And I mean it. She does kind of look unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. The only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Are you sure about that? I quite literally do not remember getting a name for the virus. You know what that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis. One scary name. Can't touch them. Too powerful for the police. But you're thinking on taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember even saying I was going to. I better get some more info about the Gumshoe, about their family. What about this guy? Oh, that guy! The Tiger! Is he famous? Yeah! That guy's not a loan shark, you know. No, he's a big lone cat! Hence the name? Don't pay him back, and you'd better say your prayers, because he'll eat you alive. You're shaking, Detective. Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment, if you know what I mean. Cadaverinis? Not sure if I really want to get involved with this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? They're a scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout for the criminal underworld. You can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market. Black market, huh? That includes Tenderlender. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. I mean, no one. Interesting. The Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then. Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tenderlender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tenderlender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what I said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Yeah, can we get that? You know, can we, like, have that, you know? Hey, have you seen this badge? Maybe... Detective Gumshoe, about this? What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and the virus right now. That's it, the stupid name, I remember now. I thought so, here it comes. Don't just nod yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick, what's going on? Okay, Maya, you don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on the sports paper and written on the CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details? We already knew about the MC Bomber virus for a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if the demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know, some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. Now, the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's on every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts! They're hopping around like they're dancing in a carnival! Oh, all this stuff with criminals and viruses, it almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently, the programmer who made this virus was a real genius or something. Focus right now is on tracing the root of the virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars. Millions? Virus can be worth that much? Can't believe it! I almost forgot the most important thing! And that is? You know, the lunchbox! How did everything go? Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? I hate weenies! Oh yeah, those weenies. So how did my I'm a fucking child. I'm a fucking child. I'm a goddamn child. I'm a goddamn child. Leave me be. God damn it. I can't say this with a straight fucking face, so I'll have to say it with a gay face. So how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what you said. Really? Yeah, well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen. So I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh! Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this. This sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. I really can't eat anymore. Oh, we can't give it to, okay, cool, move. I believe from here we can go to Blue Screens Inc. Jesus, that person's fucking spine is a right angle. What the fuck? What happened? Are they okay? Wow, this place is so high-tech, you can almost smell the electricity in the air. Given to Maya again. It's a computer firm, Maya. You can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Who are you? Hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Alive anyway. Understood. Kill me right now. Who is this woman? She's like a robot with some kind of wacked educational show. This is why the stretch redeem is a thing. This is why it's a thing. Oh, he's in gamer mode. My name is Lisa Basil. Your name is a fucking palindrome as well. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? She seems like a ghost in a shell. That thing over her eye, isn't it the same device as Glenn Elg's? That's a DMH, right? No, an HMD. Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. Stands for head-mounted display. Really? Really? I thought it stood for here's my dogs. Have we thrown away those weenies yet, Phoenix? No. Why haven't we? Because all of my programmers here at Blue Screen Inc. are supplied with HMDs. I bet you all their names are palindromes and they get progressively more and more complicated. I can't wait for Race Car. Then do you write programs too? Hold my drink. No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Okay, so, time to talk. Blue Screen Inc. What exactly is your firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that way you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry. And then deliver optimum operating systems at source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me at the corner of analyze and management. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Doesn't matter, they analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It is a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they're doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? Researching the impact of time-slight logical access shared global variables. Obviously, programming structure heavily influences response time and performance, so the co-independent variables of the memory overhead is vitally important to the success of the company. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing that we're involved in. You good people follow all of that? Yeah... no... Your blank smile would say otherwise, Maya. What happened? You know what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either, because... the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screen Inc. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? I remember an extended version of that palindrome that's like over 100 words. That's terrifying. Nope, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. If there's anything you think might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess this might be a clue somewhere in here. Really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the programmer comes from. I guess it shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. What about your spirit medium training? Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer! Looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why they don't use computers in our office. You work there too, Maya? Yeah, but at least I'm... Please don't argue about something so trivial. Otherwise the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. He's a human, Maya, not a computer. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Nah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever the word I'm looking for is. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick! What a mess! It's pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Yeah, whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. He's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? Is it another hint about tidying that you can forget it? Something's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Anything else? Yeah, it says meet with the Tiger. The Tiger? Okay. Hey, big question. You know, nothing. That data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness! No, Maya, that's Sparta. This is Sparta! This is Sparta! She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word, hmm? Sesame! If it's not Sesame, then it must be your mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. No point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. He just doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elg. Yeah. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say that he was a genius. But he did suffer from one or two bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say that he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. Gotta find out what this trouble was. Yeah, what's the trouble? About Mr. Elg? Was he some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said that he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser? I fucking knew it. Run it back. 3 Cyclops. Yes, Mr. Elg is like every other man with his own secrets, pile of secrets. Alright. Alright, before we do any of that, have you seen my badge? Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super at...
Huh?
Oh. That's... Hey, can you tell me more about this, MC Bomber? Okay, now. A man, a plan, a cat, a ram, a dam, a rat, a canal, Panama. Alright. Alright. Tell me your secrets. You can't hide from me. Glen's troubles. So how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal in troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What's she talking about? Guess I better take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg troubles have something to do with... Where is it? I'll be... One sec, I'm saving before I do this. Oh, god damn it. I didn't mean to exit out of it. God damn it. Okay. Third time's the charm. God damn it. See, like, a part of me wants to say this, but, God, no! God damn it. Okay. Again. Without goddamn... I don't think I have the stuff for this one yet either. Have I looked at everything in this room? I had to have, right? Like that just... That would just make sense. Like, I'd probably just missed something in here. Especially because... No, I don't want to talk. I want to look. No. Again. Okay. Wow, look at this mess! Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? They're betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Ugh, 500 losing tickets. That many tickets would get you what, a buck down the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up when you try to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Alright. See, I feel like that unlocked literally everything that I needed. Which is a gosh darn relief. Okay, present this. How about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. L was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal in troubleshooting. What is that? Bunch of horse racing tickets, all losing ones. With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortune is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg? He had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that is a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elk's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? Nah. Millionaire Radio. Everyone likes to gamble from time to time, but be careful. If you're careless, you could lose everything. Your money, people, trust, etc. Yeah, it was a lottery ticket. Okay, so... Cool. The lottery ticket, horse racing, he's bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad. Don't you think? Oh, wow. Some actual emotion. Maybe bad enough to cause some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No. You're right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand? The lotto. The lotto. The lotto? Is there something wrong with the lotto? Trust me, even if I want to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elg's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. Tigre. He looks like a DBZ character. She does. It's mainly the scouter, like, head-mounted display-looking thing, you know? Tigre, the boss of the loan office called Tenderlender. Tenderlender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with Furio Tigre? Yeah. He's like an unreleased android. Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the Tiger knew each other. Do we? Do we? Quartz paper, maybe? No. Well, what do you think? I'm not sure. Let's ask one of the programmers. Excuse me, can you answer this man's query? The data queue that manages the system for troubleshooting tasks, multitasking simulation for local variables, put into sleep mode for the data transmission activated nodes, followed correctly according to the source code, obviously. So I'm afraid that the situation you see, did you good people follow all that? Not even slightly. What was all that mumbo-jumbo? It is exactly as my programmer explained. I'm guessing I picked the wrong piece of evidence here. Glenn had a lot of friends, Mr. Wright. You think Glenn had something to do with Furio Tigre? Oh, wait, we just got it, right.
Have you found your daily pebbles?
Is she an AI? I don't believe so. I believe she is just like the CEO of the company, and I'm just being silly and giving them like the robot treatment at the moment. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of the loan office called Tenderlender. This is the one who Mr. Elg was with on the day of the murder. And the only thing the loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No! It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from the gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000? But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get that bit of good luck. Okay, so this guy is lucky and he won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his money, his talents, to repay the money. His talents? Oh no, the ad! We will wait. We will wait. Tiny bit has happened, but that's okay. I really don't understand why the crashes keep happening, why they kept happening. And then they just suddenly stopped. For no reason in particular. It means either it's something to do, can't be my internet, happening every 30 minutes. Regular to be internet. And I know no one's internet, so like, you know.
coming back.
Right. Place this right here. I hope that works. Back to our regularly scheduled lotto. I suspect you were talking about programming. Yeah. But what computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close to cracking her. But I have seen only 5 goddamn Greninjas. There's nothing in those packs. There's nothing in those goddamn packs. Oh, she's not crying. She's sweating. The program in question? Was it by chance this? Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No! Unlock successful. I got like 20 Butterfrees. Ugh. Me with the goddamn, like mankeys. Glenn's trouble. Glenn's had more processing power than any computer. But it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Trebienne. Where'd you come up with these ideas? Risky extra work. Safe to say that Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus. Yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way. Of course, but still, genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his debt for repaying his debts. A computer virus made by Glenn Elk, potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elk's losing horse race tickets thrown back onto the floor. Use the trash can, Nick! I don't even want to get the Pokemon app. I don't have the spare brain to hyper-focus another game. The voice you are giving her reminds me of Aegis from Persona 3. I haven't played Persona 3, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, I think I know. We go to Vitamin Square. And we go to Tenderlender. Or maybe... Anything in the kitchen? Nothing, okay. Moving off to Vitamin Swear. Then to Tenderlander. Three pretty cards. That is absolutely what trading card game is. The head bandage. You said the bandage around your head was from an operation. I'm gonna talk to you after I shave. Damn it, I guess I'll cave. Lady doesn't look like an Ace Attorney character. Yeah, they look like they belong in Danganronpa. Look at me and tell me I'm wrong. Look at me and tell me I'm wrong. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult. By fatal injury, you meant you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with... Pause for dramatic effect. This! I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that the car that was involved in an accident... Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes. It is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. Because you are their granddaughter. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. Mokuro Ikusaba. Oh god. You sustained an injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars, and then someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try and avoid him, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. What happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away. If they'd stayed, I'd have... Is it possible? Could this person who committed the hit and run have been... It was this man, wasn't it? They were the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. Don Tigre wasn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in the traffic accident on his bike. Considering the fact that his bike looks like this. Jesus Christ. Not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? You'll notice the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? Possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. Seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. Back off. Well, anyway, it was the Tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me he said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believed him. Really? Do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. You know why I think he paid for the operation? Because of Bruto here. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you were his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation costs. You weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini? Do you think Mr. Tigre would have even paid that money? $1 million. I'm dying. Bye for now. Goodbye. So, the head bandage. We got him, boys. Four months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious, a simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. $1 million bucks. Has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not because of my grandfather. Oh, but I knew it wasn't really true. I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Nickel papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Oh, I feel so bad for Viola. Inexcusable. Huh? There's two things out there. Poisoning, frail. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Oh, hello. Bonjour. I've been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. It's Jennifer. Who you calling Ziniope? Ah! Come out from under the table already, Maya! Okay, hand it over. What? You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers. Now. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this, the $1 million medical paper? Miss Cadaverini trusts you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad. I tells you what's sad, and it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power 'cause that Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get them $1 million that you used to pay this off. You crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me, Soleil, I cannot argue with him. That really hurt. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. I was so stupid. I shouldn't let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together! You guys, get out of here! Leave this guy to me! But, go, pal, and take this! If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe! Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind! Just in time to see Gumshoe kick some ass! I'll get even with that guy in court. Tomorrow. Tender Lender is going down. To be continued. Alright. Here it comes. Time to take this guy out. Trial day 2. January 8th, 9:46 a.m. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think's gonna happen today, sir? Round 1. Fight! That's true. We still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Yeah, just, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was determination. Why don't I believe you? Because you shouldn't. It's nearly time, Maggie. You better go out onto the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
Hey, pal!
Hey, Detective Gumshoe.
Quit stressing Maggie out.
She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway.
Oh.
You look like you lost the case already. A little bit of confidence, will you, pal?
Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too?
Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing.
Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of the aromatherapy bottles. This was a small bottle that turned up in Trebian's kitchen a couple days ago. Look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many that they're overflowing onto the floor. Wait a minute. There's one of the bottles that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? Doesn't even have a label. Doesn't smell. Finally got an analysis result back from the lab. So what is it? Is it poison?
I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication.
Medication?
Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently.
For ears? You mean...
Yeah, this is the medication Glenn Elk was using when he ruptured his eardrum.
What's Glenn Elk's ear medication doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that?
Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour, and they might have gotten something on the prints, but...
Gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence.
Okay, pal. This is it. Make sure you got your defenses impregnable today. Got it?
Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. My name isn't Phoenix Wright.
January 8th,
10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
Woohoo! Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ready and waiting as always, Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo, who claims to have witnessed the defendant putting powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank it with his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, made it effectively deaf in that ear.
Amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? I'm dying. I went to the computer to watch the stream instead on my phone, and as soon as I start typing in Twitch, it auto-filled to the hyperlink to your stream. It seems like your computer knows you better than you.
Allow me to enlighten you, Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you.
Only losers think like that.
You've got to change with the time. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions?
You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here, he was throwing off the scent. And today, I'll prove it.
Very well. Let the first witness take the stand.
Oh, it's you.
And you are?
Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of Le Très Bien restaurant in Chantilly.
Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman?
Judge, there's a better way to ask that. You can just ask. You can ask them for their pronouns. That is something you can do. I know you're old and you're kind of set in your ways and you're still kind of figuring this stuff out. And it was like maybe the 2010s when this came out. I don't quite know. I don't really know when this came out, but like you can ask better. You'll get it. You'll get it. I promise you. It's okay. It's okay. Not in 2014, he couldn't. Oh, God. Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am the pert and perky gentleman, no?
Just like Ado said, get with the times. On the day of the incredible incident, you were at Très Bien's kitchen. Isn't that right?
With you, monsieur? Everything feels right.
Nice.
Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? No, he's comfortable in his sexuality, man. He knows.
Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened the day at Très Bien.
We volunteers. When it all happened, there were only 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember it was experimenting with the new Art Deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that is why the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses, he would have seen everything in reverse, no?
A mirror?
A mirror. Un grand mirror! La most enormous mirror! Why are they double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon?
Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece. Mirror would have made everything appear back to front.
It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
So, like, permanently throwing it back. This man's fabulous. Why he's so cute? He is a French chef. So they've got, so like, I wouldn't be surprised if they know how to handle their pastries. Let's just say they know how to bake some cake. Remember experimenting with Art Deco, having a large mirror between them. Perhaps that was what the man was looking at. I'm just gonna save this because like a large mirror between the tables. Where though? Where in this photo? Okay, so apparently that's just fucking wrong. Apparently that statement is just fucking wrong. I shouldn't have to be like, what do you mean mirror? Because there's no way you could have hidden a giant large mirror. Just... Experimenting with Art Deco. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about this before today? You're not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoction?
Well, time to look that up. A concentrated liquor resulted from heating or boiling a substance, especially a medicinal preparation made from a plant. The judge already needs a drink. No, Art Deco. It's like a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes, of course.
That deco. I was trying to achieve la effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of la decor. Having a large mirror between the... How big of a mirror are we talking here? Oh, something about 4 meters wide and 2 meters high? Let's see, if 1 meter is about... Holy glass in a frame, that's huge! I was intending to install it in the ceiling eventually. He needs an Australian coffee from The Simpsons. Oh, yeah. The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. I know, but I decided not to go through with it at the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more? Yeah, sure. Nah, press harder, because it doesn't exist. Yeah, that mirror doesn't fucking exist. So him adding more detail is just gonna lead to him fucking up. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimony. But...
You didn't ask, Wright. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work.
What?
A mirror was delivered to Trebian the day before the accident.
Really?
As Mr. Armstrong testifies, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turns out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end.
This just doesn't add up. Even if the mirror was delivered to Trebian, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime.
Ha! You want to doubt someone, Wright? Look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in the mirror.
Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse? Hey, Nick, we should take a second and think about what old Seedy said in his testimony. How did he phrase it? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. Saw everything described reflected in the mirror, and everything he said he saw on the left was actually the right. That clears up all the problems with the testimony, does it? Kinda hard to believe everything is the fault of a mirror, but... Do you think old Seedy saw everything through the reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in the testimony. That just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in the old man's testimony. That we've gotta dig deeper. The incident occurs. I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Jones' loan contract. Grayam's lottery ticket. Apron, potassium cyanide, victim's prescription bag. Lunchbox, medical papers. The incident occurs. I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Two customers. Of course, the young man who died, and the other not-so-young man. Referring to yesterday's witness, but the other man Maggie says she saw at the table. Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose their existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? Guess we have to keep trying. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and the real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you. Huh? Aren't you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does this leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And that ungodly cool guy with the mask over there? Well, Trite! Not the hair! I do not have a top knot! Mr. Godot is correct. The lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien, logic has won the day. Everything would have been reversed. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Why the hairstyle assault? Man is ready to just completely, like, destroy Phoenix in any way possible. So I remember he said he was reading the sports paper, like, trying to read the sports paper. And I feel like he would have noticed. No, okay, fine, cool. Everything would have been reversed, no? Loan contract. No. Maybe this feels like the thing. Them being like, yeah, all of it would be reversed, and it's like I feel like there's something that isn't. You know? Okay, maybe I'm just... I'm going out on a limb. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD? Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony, shall we?
The boy was wearing an earpiece.
What the what kind of fucking pirate-ass fucking shit was I about to go on?
The boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as a green lens in his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw the reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side.
Are you ready, kids?
Exactamente. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that is where you run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in the mirror, why is it the HMD is now on... Because there wouldn't be a way to put it on to the other side.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Right, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time.
Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? Why do people just explode? So, the reason why people explode is because they haven't talked in chat for a while. And so, in order to allow people who are more active chatters to be on screen, it blows up anybody who hasn't talked in a certain amount of time. You know, just to make sure that people who are engaging with the content have their stuff on screen, which is kind of nice. You know? We're talking about your coffee.
You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume?
Yeah, I broke the vase. I'm sorry, I apologize. I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony. If you don't talk, you get sent to the Shadow Realm.
Boom.
Exactly.
The old man has a very grievous habit, other than throwing seed. More of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old I saw the earpiece with the newfangled spectacles he was wearing.
Oh, yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear his left ear? Well, Trent. That's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Godot is good. Who gave this man a coffee bartender to throw coffees at him from off the screen? Obviously, that's the prosecution's office. You know, it's part of his contract in order to be a prosecutor and to agree to do all these trials, because he's seen what Phoenix Wright is capable of. He's like, I need you to staff me with as much coffee as I want. At 17 cups a trial.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found was just a rash.
A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court we're all ears. Especially me.
Oui, I can explain. Please, if you look at the plan of the restaurant. The mirror. I think you're going to lie to me.
Alas, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There's only one seat from which you could have had an image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victim. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible accident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way.
Yeah, I already know how this is going to be.
But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
Well, first off, you're a goddamn liar on that front, but more importantly, I know for a fact you didn't sit there.
What a naughty little croquet. I am confusing awesome men like this.
Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for that guy breaking over in a cold sweat over there again. I hate this guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volunteers, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please. All right. Oh, that just closed for me. Let me fix that. There we go. Got it all fixed up.
The mirror. The middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves.
So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct?
We?
Really? Because I know if you were there, you wouldn't have put a mirror there. It'd be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, amongst other things.
But, this is my seat in the courtroom.
Ravian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be okay. Unlike you, Trite.
I tell you, Monsieur, la mirror was there in the middle of the restaurant. There was only one seat from which you could have seen the image of the victim. That was the seat at the table, next to the victim. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way.
Bro, get out of here with your Daimagoku-ass name vocabulary.
But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
Only one seat. Maybe... There... One... See, my problem here is this. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we've heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. And what on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Sounds like you're describing yourself, right? Now then, if the defense would clearly clarify their statement. What is this something that shouldn't exist in the photo? This thing, fucker! I think it's pretty obvious that this should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does this have with the witness's testimony? Your Honor,
I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because this very clearly contradicts this piece of evidence. If there's one thing that's clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony, it's that Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, at the court, as the court can see, there's an unbroken vase on that table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Don't be an idiot, Wright. That's impossible. The seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from.
Exactly. There's only one conclusion that can be drawn from the contradiction, and that was that there were no mirrors in Trabia that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie.
Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Wright. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the face, while the police were taking the time getting the crime scene together.
Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary in his own words. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think they just have an extra vase on standby, motherfucker. I did not touch anything else except the mirror.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for your...
I was right. There was no mirror in that restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in his ear in which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life and there's no turning back. You want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite. Then the problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? I can, with my time travel powers. I feel like one of these days you're gonna get sick of that. What are you talking about? Time travel is a deadly carcinogen. Well, I only got one life anyway. There's more than just one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your...
Testing, testing. And we back. We are back. We back, everybody. God, I don't know what keeps causing it. I really don't. I'm honestly, I'm getting upset. I'm gonna figure this out at some point, and it's gonna be probably the simplest thing. It's gonna turn out that it's literally like the most simplest thing that I could be doing, and it's gonna make me so angry, like unapologetically angry. Nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake.
Order! Order in the court! Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom! Why, Gramps, why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say?! Trite, what you're saying was that Mr. Kudo saw was set up?
Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elk and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. And ads have begun, so that means I have to take a short little break. I will be back for momentarily.
That should hopefully end in a couple minutes. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. I promise. So help me. We are losing too many frames, Twitch. Twitch? All right. For the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Get real, Trite. Why would anybody want to do that?
Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
You insinuating the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really is the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it too, correct?
Oh la la, this is most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You're under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trebian that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony has been accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events of the restaurant that day.
We... The victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Mom, Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there were no mirrors in the restaurant after all.
You for my pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. Which I... Damn. See, I made that legal in my courtroom like 3 to 4 years ago. God damn it. Why do you all let me do things? I will decide how to punish you later. For now, we will hear the cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
He took the perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. In the restaurant. The victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. So... I hate to tell you this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But, where is it? No, the fuck he didn't. Okay, you're telling me that's not, like, a thing? Okay, cool. Cool. Like, ooh, he came alone. No, he fucking didn't. Remember, the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim.
How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Wright? You never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant. But you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee if you catch my drift.
But there's a hole in the testimony. I'm very excited. Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes! $500,000!
Presumably the defendant heard that too, then, correct?
Maggie? He looked like a poor little frightened dove.
What about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked on some birdseed that got stuck in his throat.
Seems like we have yet another incident on our hands.
"5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill.
I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry, what do you mean? There's the renowned chef John Armstrong and the tragic Clarice Armstrong.
Clarice?
I was writing a poem, an anchored tale of a chef and $500,000 of debt, looking for a man who won $500,000 on a lottery. It is called Pourquoi? It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for you in the court?
Please don't.
No, there's no time for the phony to do the acting.
You mean they contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked the old man to call from the payphone.
By your own argument, Trent. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed.
PM seems like the shadow of doubt has been lifted, n'est-ce pas?
Mr. Armstrong is connected to the case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elgin. I refuse to believe that he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred. You mean that's when the phony staged his act? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony. He came to the restaurant alone. Saw him from the kitchen. He swears there was another man. Unfortunately for you, Trite, yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like this reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee are you been drinking?
Not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet.
Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. Remember, the old man arrived not long after him. By old man, you mean Victor?
He comes here often for the special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. Worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're most welcome anytime.
I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. The old man Kudo arrived at the restaurant alone around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask more about that arrival. Yeah, what time was it? What time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh, no, I cannot remember.
I believe we were told by the witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does this perhaps jog your memory?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10.
Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, monsieur Judge, everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Yeah, so I'm gonna call bullshit on you. So enjoy that. Wherever it might be. Where is it? Yeah, there. You're a fucking liar.
I'm afraid you finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. What do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers for $500,000 lottery ticket.
Oh, that must be the show Monelk was listening to.
I can't see a problem with the testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder.
You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct?
Oui, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. No, it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu.
Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30.
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when he announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred at 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time.
Oh!
The victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum. Catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glenelgs in Trebian that day. The real Glenelg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glenelg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if it wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Quite a performance, Wright. You were almost on a roll.
But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
What is this? Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m.
The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo.
How do you explain where the real Glen Elg is?
I don't believe I have to spell that out for the court. However, at the time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That is exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
What?
Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
The missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer in there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Nerd!
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's questions. Alright, let me...
Don't save! Don't stop messing with the fabric of time! Where did the killer hide the body?
No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. All the intense pressure all of a sudden. Thought I had him with a contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory. Where was the body concealed? Inside. It'd be too dangerous to take the body outside, obviously. The real body must have been hidden somewhere inside. Interesting, but where could the body have been hidden? Perhaps you would care to show the court your plans? Yes, Your Honor. Where was the body concealed? The body was hidden here!
I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
Alright, this. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No. No. I haven't seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur, the highest quality, only for me.
Then where was this bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Trebian.
What? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day.
You can't be serious.
The defense had contents of that bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results right here. The contents of that bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Miss Greg Elg, murderer, hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time the bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, did you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu!
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No!
Order! Order! This is an extraordinary development! Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg?
Never! I would never do such a horrible thing! Oh, no!
Mr. Godot? The bitterness!
Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? And I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend? H-deficient?
Default to my pardon, please, you must hear me out. It was a trap. Listen to me, por favor.
Yo hablo español. Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. You speak Spanish? Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it?
No, absolutely no.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
It is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this. The confession.
It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with them because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear. You must believe me.
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was another man.
I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. The confession. Yo! Who is that? That is Axati! It's wonderful to have you here. I hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to the lighthouse. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you find us?
Hid the body in the kitchen. The man forced me to do it. I had no choice.
What man? Who was he?
No, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared. You'll have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. But why would you go along with this man?
I had to go along with him. There was a reason why I could not refuse. I hope you have a good day. I hope you do as well.
And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, Monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. A bit too male. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing a reason, so I'll just have to prove it with evidence. A man forced me. I had no choice. Let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to. Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month ago, in this very courtroom, pretending to be me, and none of you realized, for some reason, he had a goddamn cardboard badge! His name is Furio Tigre, and he's the manager of the loan office called Tenderlender. There's no point in trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while he had this on you. A $500,000 loan from the black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
It is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. The Tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant as a business rendezvous. On the meeting of the day. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried La body and lay conscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I tried to forget what I'd seen.
I think we can safely guess now that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well?
No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. "30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either. Very well, your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will be resuming once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Damn, they gave him a whole 30 minutes. They usually only give us like 10. Also, I need to see how this one turned out. Oh god, that's good. That's gonna be a clip. Oh, good. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, why the hell? Why is stream doing that? Why you doing that, stream? Why you dipping? Why are you dipping? Stop dipping.
Have you found your daily pebbles?
They're about to find a goddamn crash. This is no time to be dipping. This is not a time to be piggy dipping over a piggy pond. I'm finishing this thing one way or another. If we crash, we crash. If we die, we die. January 8th. We're finally gonna get Tigre on the stand? We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what Tigre told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line that prosecution takes, I mean trouble. I get the feeling that if we don't make get case-making evidence that we're going to need... Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe? What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, Little Miss Topknot. Also, I'm just gonna close that down. Gonna close that down. Hope that fixes it. It's not a top knot! Never mind about my hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I get wound up. Ugh! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Hey, I'm gonna take a jog back to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you, you know, if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will be reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have really decisive evidence yet, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprints analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? You're going back to the station anyway. Find out whose print sleeves are. Oh, hey, it's the small bottle I gave you this morning. Right, I think it's time. Your thing, pal. Actually, it's been gnawing at me too. Okay, I'll get this right off to the lab right away. Twitch, either crash me and get rid of the goddamn, and get rid of the dropped frames, or stop. Honestly. There's no reason for you to be acting this way. You're a multi-billion-dollar company. You are a multi-billion-dollar company. Start acting like it. I'll get this off to the lab. All hail Gumshoe! All hail Gumshoe! I'll just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. Time to separate the phonies from the real guys. January 8th. First, brain. 1:56 p.m.
Court will now reconvene, Mr. Godot. Did you find Furio Tigre?
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy may be named Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand.
Twitch is making some oopses for real. Don't hide under the table, Maya! Unless there's room for me down there, too.
Would you mind? What did you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing, honest.
Who could have guessed that the fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of. You hear me?
So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
No, of course not. It was the judge.
Your Honor! Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings like normal.
That's it. We're doomed.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What did you say?
There's no point in struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Mask Boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course! Well, perhaps you could give us a testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder!
Phoenix Wright? You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. Hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick! The tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just guess by a letter.
At last I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you can... What is it, please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that?
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000.
And you's gonna borrow the cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
And don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's really not...
This witness is...
Oh, how can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming in an urban jungle.
Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours, too.
Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. And if I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? The tiger's alibi. Check something? We're just gonna make it through. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business all last December. Spent all my time in the office. Are you sure about that? You're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth. That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? You talking about Violetta Cadaverini? He writes everything in his scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
Seems like a rather sketchy schedule.
There he goes again. What the tiger did last December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? Mr. Doe,
What do you want?
You wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail?
This is a dead-end Triton, you know it. Remember the rules!
No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree!
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day, too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Cadeau, if you could please.
Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let the animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor. Just ask him yourself. He was talking about, I was in that. I've never even seen that kid before. So I'm gonna call, I hate to call you a liar, but you sure as hell ain't a truther. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elg, but it appears that Mr. Glen Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left a little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date, December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder!
So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Greg Elg. Because on that very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad! You's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, remember that you are under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
You was calling me a liar?
Is that what you're doing? Reggie. Robbed by a Riger. If you're saying that your claim to have never seen the kid before is the truth, I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Huh. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify to the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness?
Never actually met the victim. Gotta be a lie right there. And this time I nailed this guy. The victim, Glenn Elg.
I ain't no liar.
I'd never met Glenn.
There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me.
I set up a meeting with the guy at my office. Lender. I waited around for him, but he never showed. I ain't never even been to that Trabian joint. Is here?
I see. Well, that all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, Wright. I ain't no liar. I never met Greg Elg. I ain't even never been to Trabian. Oh, well, that right there is a lie. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches?
What are you talking about?
We found them in your office at Tenterlender. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Trabian before, what was that book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy?
What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order, order, well, witness. I think it's time you started telling the truth, don't you? Sorry, terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat, and I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day.
What?
But listen good. All right? I might have been there, but I never met that kid.
Oh, well.
Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elg that day, and he did put the poison in the coffee. He must have. Trabian. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be. So I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make my normal expenses. No more stupid questions.
Ah, no problem. Anytime Wright presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see to it that he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it! Yes, sir! Special Express ain't cheap, right? So yous know since you payin'.
Ah, man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Hmm. What do you mean you saw Glenn Elg's dead body?
I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of clothing that he called a hat.
And what time was this?
I don't know.
Huh?
You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most? Huh? What do you think? Square watches!
Is this guy for real?
Look, all I need to know is that there was something bad going down in that place. I figured the place was it wasn't hot, it was gonna be, so I split.
So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant?
The Tigre's a busy cat, and I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation.
Oh, God damn it.
Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chief after taking 5 books home.
Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. Well, Nick, what do you think? Running out of ways to avoid the truth. You need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. Gotta come right back to him with a contradiction. Be careful that you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized. You mean you saw Glenn Elg's dead body? Saw the guy laid out on the table, stiff as concrete. No, Gumshoe! Oh, God. So true. So true. Oh, fuck. I don't. I really don't. You're something a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? Oh, one sec. I'll be right back. Here we go. I am back. I will, hey, we're crashing. Or maybe we aren't. Who knows? I think your PC is actively killing itself. See, the funny thing is, it's super cool. I don't think it's the PC. I legitimately don't. I think it's either something on Twitch or something to do with OBS. But I gotta get through this, because if I don't, then I'm just gonna kill myself over it. That's not true. I'm not serious about that. That's a joke. Something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What is this? Trying a new and irrelevant questioning. These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say that you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered the area of something like this.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said?
I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that's not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember what's between each table. It's a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision for any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Trebian, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at the table.
But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake.
What?
In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
That will do. Trial has gone on long enough without the obvious questions being answered. Who exactly was the real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg and then impersonated the victim in the performance for Victor Kudo. So, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of the criminal to the court.
Right there. Obviously. The killer's Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness? Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. And I dare you to say it again. Come on! You got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go on and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, don't leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just go back over the Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see the victim. Oh, no. Serving girl brought in the Giavicino, but he put something in it. No question about it. She conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter.
Fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison in the coffee. Yes, that was the waitress who put...
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, right? It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What, you mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident, and someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed?
Viola Cavadini.
Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's the employee of Tenderlender.
Who's making a big mistake? You know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean.
Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, stated the following. Well, I took the coffee over to the victim's table, and it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. It was sort of creepy. He had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, whom nobody but Mr. Bird seemed to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. With the radio show they supposedly listened to half an hour after it was over. There was only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions, and that whole incident took place twice. One for real and one for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Miss, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
It's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. Thank you for that. It is currently ad time. Not that it really matters, because we have dropped 48,000 frames for some reason, and I don't know why. I honestly don't know at this point. I don't know. 48,000 frames. That is 20% of stream for the past hour. Been insane, to say the least. Oh well. Eventually we'll have it all figured out, and I'll know what's causing it, and it'll be all hunky-dory. But for now, we're still dealing with it. Do a big stretch. Check. Big oof. Big oof indeed. And it's just upsetting. Because it's like, I know, in my heart, I know that, like, it should be, like, this shouldn't be happening. Like, none of this. Like, there's literally no reason for it to be like this. There's nothing different about how I've been streaming the past couple things. Like, I don't have any new programs. I don't have hell. If anything, I'm probably I should have better, stuff, because I know how these programs work. That doesn't seem to be the case. You know? Oh.
I'm in on this. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing before I go.
Something to think about?
You's got it all wrapped up nice, all right. But you's missed a one real important thing.
But that can't be.
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you hear? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Huh.
What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming hot cup of testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I'll give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trebienne between yourself and the victim?
Yeah, I loaned out cash. About $100,000. That day, we was gonna have a little chat, but the kid had hit his paycheck date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten this guy when he starts screaming.
Yes! I just want to have $1 million!
He got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she did, everything would have been over.
Now, I see the principal amount you loaned Mr. Elg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, it's got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice its principal.
And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, it's one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? Whoa, I know. The waitress, you mean
The girl with the glasses in the defendant chair. Who else could I mean? If she hasn't gotten the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with.
Maybe I should push. How things would have been. What do you mean how things would have been over and done with?
Are yous all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. That was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. Fair. If I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping the loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
Tigre's motive, huh? I didn't have any other reason to kill the guy.
Why do you think? Because of Four Eyes over there.
How about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket?
He wanted it so bad, he poisoned El's coffee.
A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre.
Let's not forget the witness was actually at the scene.
The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I send down. I couldn't...
Your Honor! The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with this testimony?
No other reason to kill the guy. That's a lie. That's a real big lie. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that was my right. Unfortunately for you, for Mr. Elg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it? Huh. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery.
Where did you get all this info?
These medical papers documented the treatment of that young woman in question. According to these, her operation costs $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year and was paid in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum! Someone should sue these HMOs!
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Order! Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
What the... thing? Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
You say Cadaverini?
Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of the underground activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay for your debt.
Order! Order! What do you say to this witness? It's a nice little fairy tale, trite. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed him $100,000 and had no hopes of repaying it anyway. Yeah, that guy wasn't even worth my spit!
I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true.
The opposite?
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elk had no way to repay the money was critical.
What?
Do you know where you're going with this, Nick? You've got to think outside the box, Maya. Outside the box? It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigre wasn't after the $100,000 after all.
Seems you have a logical conclusion to your theory. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after?
Well, that is very, very simple. He was after the MC Bomber virus. Glenn Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. The skill was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow money.
Care to explain how the skill can be used for collateral to secure a loan, trite?
He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
Seriously, Judge? Fine. A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the inside of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do? I haven't heard of one of these computers.
I guess the beard isn't the only part of the honor, and it's the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. This virus, like MC Bomber, would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you couldn't have cared less about $100,000, am I right? All you cared about was one thing, that virus. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on that CD. Glen Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer have never happened. But he can't, and neither can I.
Lottery win.
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on that all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elk and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for her crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glen Elk, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Like I said, Wright, it's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan.
Order! Order! Silence, or I will...
It was put on a good show, Spiky. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed somebody? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt.
I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you are very, very careful. And that's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright.
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in on this trait?
What was the trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused?
What on earth is that?
What an insult. Think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as a victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as a me.
What? That's
the truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright.
Wait.
Although, now that I think about it, was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that all was him? Hey, forget about it, yeah? Yeah. I wouldn't do something like that, no! Not me! You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trike, here in court we deal with people's lives. Mr. Cadeau is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced the attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far! You say he impersonated Glenelg, you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to the murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled, you've got that. All we managed to do was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. Just one more piece of evidence, maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. The witness's cross-examination is over, and you are free to go, Mr. Tigre. Hold it! Your Honor, sir? Wait! It's Gumshoe! Thank you for the follow, Starry82. You came in at just the right time. You're also probably seeing a lot of iffy iffy bitrate issues, so I do apologize. But, one way or another, wait! Detective Gumshoe. Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this, my badge, the works. So here it is, my heart counting to this too. What is it, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. What? January 8th, 2:48 p.m. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from the medicine bottle. Oh, so? Do you know what the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know! So? Tell us! They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet! Clear as crystal, all over this bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, alright. That's great. We've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. You laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but this really doesn't make a difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? But why not?
What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the Tiger put poison in Glen Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that the prints are on the bottle, that doesn't make any difference now.
Knew it! Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use!
Don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie.
And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence like that the whole time.
It's alright. I'm a real loser for not breaking the news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I knew you didn't. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm real sorry. So get out of your hair. Detective Gumshoe! Wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get this evidence. Only there was some way I could use it.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yeah. Don't keep us waiting in suspense. Show us.
Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we?
Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of this evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, we'll talk us through it. Right, Mr. Wright?
Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present the final, decisive piece of evidence to the court.
This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victim's?
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What?
But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone in here knows what the bottle contains. Except one man, one person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what the hell is in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been a phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. No. Phoenix. Phoenix. Mr. Tigre, this is a decisive piece of evidence that'll prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Phoenix, I don't want to lie in court. As we all know, the bottle contains Glen... What are you doing, Nick? Didn't you just tell Gumshoe and I outside the lobby a few minutes ago? You said the fact that the prints were on the bottle make no difference now. Oh yeah,
Mr. Wright, you do think I'll allow you to indulge in speculation at this stage? You're wrong.
I think I better reconsider.
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. Elk, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. On the bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that?
You make a good clown, you know that. Oh. You ain't never gonna get this to stick.
You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the Tigre? A bluff?
I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
No, this is the bottle. We found traces of poison.
Don't mess with the Tigre, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds.
The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash. It don't look nothing like it. Got him. At last. What? Why is everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle is the bottle you're referring to. Yeah, that's it! That's the bottle with the cyanide in it! But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell the guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? But what did I just say? You were summoned to court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known the kind of bottle that had the potassium cyanide in it. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
You don't know who you was messing with. I'm the Tigre.
I control millions of dollars on the black market.
You think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer that was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all.
What's going on?
Looks like a blackout. Well done, Wright. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. while you watch the police restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught the tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Mr. Glenn Elg. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. Thank you for the follow, Kura the Riz. Theris. Kuratheris. Kuratheris? Oh, it's wonderful to have you here anyway. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you find us? Oh. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Time to check something. There we go. Furio Tigre is an amazingly frightening criminal. Truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Doe? Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. That is all. The court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I guess I'll be heading off. Get around. Wait! Detective Gumshoe? Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, well, I guess I'll be heading off then. Be seeing you. Wait up! Ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got this medication bottle. It wasn't even of any use. But only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Ma's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me. That's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really does care about her. I know. I'll give her a little present. Celebrate her freedom. Here you go. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe. Made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe, I actually really like weenies, you know? Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, that trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Yeah. Oh. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. Oh. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Episode 3, Recipe for Turnabout. Brand new episode has been added, and supposedly Edgeworth is here. Turnabout beginnings, you say? Turnabout beginnings. Oh, fuck. Okay. I guess we're doing it. Shut up. Come closer. I kill her. Sorry. But you're not going to get the chance. It's a flashback case. A flashback case? I'm reading through the file of an old court case. The first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Terry Falls. Charged with kidnapping, murder, sentence, the death penalty. Fugitive's movements. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Hawthorne? Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey's first trial. February 16th, 9:24 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. Oh, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing, I swear! I didn't kill nobody! Ray Falls. First client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax. Why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry, I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed anybody.
Sorry for asking, but you are on death row, right? I'm really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked to tell you. That woman, she lied to me in her testimony. That's why I got death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did. He's the reason I escaped.
That much is true. He did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It was true.
Can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Huh. You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. No. 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 No way. You? Well, now I'm wondering why you hate, now I'm still wondering why you hate Phoenix so much. But also, I kind of see where the connection comes from now. Good to know. Why are you here? Came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? That old man's probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough after all? It's me, Diego Armando. Sorry, I'm doing Diego Godot. Huh. They just took the last 2 letters of his last name. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney in Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me. Oh, no. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine an escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax. I heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody, who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since the beginning of his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. He's the guy who was murdered before case 1. Diego's murder is what made Dahlia give Phoenix the poison bottle. Yeah, but also, this is Godot, isn't it? This is Godot. Diego Armando is Godot. They knew Mia. Mia knew Phoenix. That gives us a connection. Their death was more or less covered up by Phoenix and Dahlia Hawthorne. Phoenix unwittingly. And fuck, wow. Okay, well we gotta keep this train rolling if that's the case. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's time to go. Solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the loneliest place. That's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes, I heard that simple, childlike voice. I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Court in sound session for the trial of Terry Falls. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand that lawyers on both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor office at quite an early age. I'm gonna have fun with this one. At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia, you can't lose! Not to someone younger than you! Young people are running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in the case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant's now on trial for escaping prison. On that day, the defendant escaped. A policewoman was murdered. We're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. It's a Miles Fancy getup that you saw from the bonus episode of 1. Yeah, it is! God, they're filling it with stuff today. You got a kitten? Well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. I wasn't finished, Edgeworth. But go on anyway. You can say you're sorry after. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were committing extortion and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence to the trial. It was so long and protracted. Correct, but at the end, what finally was decided in the case was a certain witness's testimony. I'd like to point out, Edgeworth was undefeated until Phoenix faced him. Guess what that means for this case? I kind of already knew this case was going to end in failure. I kind of had the feeling. Testimony of the defendant Valerie Hawthorne, the person... That's the wrong person. Why are you trying to do an impression of me, Edgeworth? The person who confronted the criminal. They arrested Mr. Falls at the scene of the later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throwing his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was one that put him away. That policewoman you mentioned, that wouldn't be... Exactly, the victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha, I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on the testimony escaped 2 days ago? With only one thing in mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him? Mm-hmm. Aha! The truth is coming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. But wait a minute, that's not right! At least hear the case before you decide on an outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice and your tone of voice. Man was plotting her death for 5 whole years. Talk about an insane grudge. Haven't we heard that name before too? Exactly. All of these names all coalesce together. They're all connected. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. You're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Gumshoe! Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart, it is aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up in contempt so quickly that some other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Back when his coat was new. Back when he looked like goddamn Columbo. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran of the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife that died of excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more detail about the incident itself. Speaking of, stabbed with a knife, died of blood loss between 4 and 5 p.m. Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. Okay. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And this river here runs wider than it runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was then recaptured at the police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway. I see. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were ever found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you, wagging your finger at me, so I were some hoser. I don't think that's how coats work. They just blood if they're thick enough. I mean, I can see that, you know? It's like if it's a thick enough coat, it's a lot of fabric, and so it's able to absorb blood instead of dripping it onto the ground. Because that's the main issue there. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake, and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me. Get ready. Morning tea? You aren't Godot. No, Godot would never be caught dead with tea. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met Mr. Falls. And that is where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body in the car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint that we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. Keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. Courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright, especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone is a beginner in here. You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out. Show them what you got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. Summary of the incident. On the day of the incident, unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that is where she was brutally murdered, sir. Was the body of the victim discovered right away? Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within an hour of the murder. It was great! We even got to say, don't move! We got surrounded! Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Huh. If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but he left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed earlier, maybe she'd still be alive. And yes, Diego and Mia are dating. I assumed as much. Diego out here just being like, I am going to flirt with you and fluster you until you are just nothing. Until like, you know, for your first case. You're absolutely, you know. Wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone.
Have you found your daily pebbles?
Mr. Falls had a car then? Well, the bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Oh, hey, ads are starting. Whew. How you guys doing? How are you guys doing? I'm still kind of iffy because I'm like, why the hell has this kept happening? Why the hell does stream keep crashing for no reason? And why is it okay now? There's literally no difference between now and the other times in my household. There's literally nothing that could change. And then, but like if I were to stream at 6 o'clock, and then go till like 10, like a normal person, like I normally do, then suddenly we would have an issue then. But we don't have an issue now. So what the fuck? Been something else. It has been something else. Honestly, just been, you know. I'm sure I'll figure it out at some point. We'll figure it out, and then I'll be right as rain. You know? I'm sure that it'll all come together. I'm just thinking about, like, all the things that are, like, that are connected now. You know? Every so often the stream skips ahead 20 seconds for just 1 second before jumping back to where I was. It's like seeing a flash of the future. I'm not really sure what's causing that, legitimately. I'm sure we'll figure it out. There we go. I'm not sure I feel. I'm just not sure how this guy feels about anything. This is the photo of the stolen car trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that does not look comfortable. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Ha! For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can tell from the photo, but the knife was stuck in a back nice and firm. The condition of the body was discovered is a very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy? Here's the photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange. Do you? Anyway. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I actually do. What? The one who called the Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her. Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, top secret memo that she left on a desk. According to this note, it seems that the one who called her on the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Looks like the judge is even on their side. Listen up, never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. The detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said that way so the prosecutors told me to. Is that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. That bridge, wear the scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia, tell her this time... Dahlia? Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Witness? What is this? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever actually had to address someone like this. You should have practiced before coming into court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. I see I'm half paying attention and missing like 80% of the information. It's all good, honestly. Stay there, little kitten. You want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Oh, come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer! Detective? Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it, is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well, then I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. Note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus, the special request. I have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in the photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. Ugh. The caller told her to where to identify herself, so I'd expect that she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching so desperately for is this one, perchance? Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. But why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That's a bloom, my guy. A hot shot sure has flair for the dramatic. Not exactly white, as the caller suggested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. Looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding the scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Fay? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around that smarmy little neck. Very good. Well, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively that, with hard evidence, that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Furthermore, he will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Actually, there was an eyewitness who, watched the entire incident take place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness, and it shows the Vic wearing the scarf. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when her scarf fell off, anyway. Looking at this photo, it really does get the sense that that bridge is very high up. About 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha! A potential witness! So why aren't this person in the courtroom? Well, said that they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have the photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. As you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear the point that happened on that bridge. Aha! The truth is becoming clear now. Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair, Your Honor. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, I'll be real, I much prefer the other judge. I'll be real. Like, at least he's not just, like, rushing for a verdict, you know? There's an eyewitness. This photo was accidentally taken. It was drizzling, unfortunately. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down and stabbed her in the back. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. He pushed the victim so hard in the back that she fell right onto her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? How did the guy get behind her to stab her and pull her into the car while holding a heavy metal ball? It was a mind-boggling tale the way he said brutal. I wonder if he's Canadian. Save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. What's where you spill your coffee? Court record, huh? That must have been where her scarf fell off. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh? That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded a pretty violent fight, ma'am. The area was wet from rain, and the bridge was probably wet too. Which would explain why the scarf is all covered in mud, but something about this testimony that's still bothering me. Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo. So what do I do? You really still believe him, Mr. Crybaby, I mean? Of course I do. The little kid believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then that means that somewhere hidden in that testimony is a contradiction. One huge contradiction is waiting to be discovered. This one? So, at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog, too. Like a general soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. This photo is of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the condition of the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us on what isn't right. What about this photo of the trunk doesn't look right to you? Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge? It was drizzling and foggy, and dusty bridge is all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat would have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. I do admit that the crime scene was still wet that day. However, that doesn't mean the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on the muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet, but not muddy. Fortunately, I've yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Huh. Real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like that. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves that the surface was muddy. The very scarf that you provided. The evidence is this scarf. Ah! It should be obvious. If this scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by a novice bimbo. Hey, same to you, buddy. I did not expect Edgeworth. Miss Faye, assertions make perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the conditions of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. Like he's really giving me a choice here. Huh. You're really doing pretty well for a light little kitten. Mr. Armando? No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim was discovered in the trunk, or the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax, think it over. Pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three. what you just said right now. I'm not so sure I like it. That wasn't me, Your Honor. That was the coffee aficionado over there that said that. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose the evidence as a flimsy scam it really is. Yeah. The false evidence in this case is the testimony. It's a no-brainer. Obviously it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That is true. It's not just true, it's the truth. There a truly decisive witness in this case? I'm certain that boy, Wonder, over there, would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We're prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well, bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go on right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events of the day with that very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Excuse you? Excuse you, what the fuck are you doing here? Everyone's so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Am I having a goddamn stroke? Oh. When I look at you, how do I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes. Feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Edgeworth. You're a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like it around me. Sir? Eh? Yes, my dear? This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Question is, how did this guy... Oh no, you have already read that. My brain is braining. I'll make a lot of mistakes. Who is this judge, dude? And why has he got a clean cut going on? Apparently they're Canadian. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble at my cause. Not at all. No, it's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department. See, I'm calling bullshit on that name. I'm calling bullshit. You were on the scene of the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took the photo. Is that accurate?
so mean?
She literally just asked you a question.
Now see here what you're doing, shoving that in her face like that. Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like something dangerous. Next time, I'll be forced to penalize you. Oh no, I don't like the turn that this has taken. He ring at me?
And you would be?
I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey.
I see. So you are.
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do my best.
The witness's photograph.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. And I noticed two people were standing on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. And that's when I hurried to take a photo and show the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. Standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took the photo from that location, eh?
I bought this camera that I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Oh ho ho! What a cute camera, just like its owner. Alright then, Miss Fey. Time for your cross-examination. I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel.
The witness's photography.
To So I will say, I can see... So, if they were standing here, there is a position where you can see the person from here, you know? Like, you can just barely make it if they're standing in the middle of the bridge. My big issue is the fact that they're claiming that this was like a fight and a crucial moment. When you said you took the photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo is two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight?
Normally, that's the kind of thing that we refer to as a crucial moment.
Why haven't you presented a photo like that?
Well, you see...
The photo we presented was the only one there was.
But if you really wanted to capture a crucial moment, then what happens next, you must have taken a photo of it.
My apologies, young lady, but Miss Fey's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he?
I'm sorry, I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up, the film, I mean.
You ran out of film?
This photo was the last one.
What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day, And all the other photos are the witness herself playing amongst the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos?
Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it.
So you took photos of yourself? I remember taking photos of myself once too. Please, no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute! Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps you could tell us about a different sort of photo? Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening.
I was using my camera to take some pictures in the wild.
We got 10 yards before he was stabbed in the back. See, now we can call bullshit. Witness, your testimony is a joke.
What? But I just...
Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make a witness cry. One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were 2 contradictions? It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well, then she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have even ran 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. What does all this mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court. A bunch of hosers. Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints for it. So what you're saying is, I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from the photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. That guy is good. What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What the... That coward! Well, Miss Faye, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful.
No. It is not your fault. Now then, shall we get to the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it is that the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. After he quickly stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up by the arms, and they carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way that he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still a little shaken up.
He accepts this testimony as it is. We're finished. Don't say that. Oh, well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. Make a really great mocha latte.
This trial isn't over yet.
That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, if you please. Contradiction is staring you in the face, Mia. Just go in for the attack. Could have thrown her into the river to wash away the prince. More lies! That is exactly what I was thinking. Legitimately. A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose seems very odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what was it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river.
For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah! In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, a victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murderers were to occur in the same spot above Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body into the river.
Order! Order! I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Fay. But I must admit it does seem odd to not have thrown the body in the river.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself.
After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's methods, none of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems your assertions are without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. Certainly is consistent with what the witness have told us. Ugh. Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about? Quickly picked her up by the arms, carried her over. The killer broke into the trunk of the car. Wait a minute. No. No. No, no, no. You couldn't have seen the car. Excuse you.
Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what? You made a crucial mistake.
Crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Fay?
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo the other day is there, and this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the victim's car. I admit the diagram shows a large outcropping of rocks. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see the car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that's being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah! Your view would have been completely cut off by that cliff, but still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact is that the escapee fled to the stolen car and was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting the testimony. She was to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Wait a minute, you can't just say that! Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, quite true. You know what they say. Who errs to human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to the one witness here. What? That's not fair! Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando? Don't look back until the trial's over. Now's the time to go forward. But that isn't fair! Okay, kitten. You need to relax, and you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. So tell me, how did she know that? How could she know that he broke into the trunk? Well then, Miss Foster, until you find explanation for that and how you knew it, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk. Because there were scratch marks from when they broke in. What? But let's see the photo. Oop, fuck. That's what I get for holding down. Judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes. What she just said, is there a contradiction? I don't know what she fucking said, but there had to be a contradiction. It looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in the field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches? The question is when? When did you see them? Finally. Gotten her. Ah, I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Perhaps you would faster if Miss Faye explained it herself. Your Honor! There's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... She put the corpse in by herself? There's only one way the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid that body in the trunk of the car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Farrells had been the one to put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no reason to break it open. But he stole the car! He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the keys would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it could have been Mr. Farrells that put the body in the trunk. No!
Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. We already know about the time when she was taking photographs.
Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing.
On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's no need to think too deeply about it.
What I'm saying is that the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself, but instead by her camera that has a timer function. Let's take another look at that camera and see what features it has. It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had brought that camera just to take this picture.
What are you trying to say then, Miss Fay?
That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed. Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, that she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. Would the defense please would they like to explain further?
Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we'll also make clear Miss Foster's true identity.
Well then, please answer the question.
Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred?
Here, right? Naturally, the witness was right here.
But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Order. I'm starting to sound like my brother.
Order, 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 Miss Fay, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim.
How asinine. Of course Mr. Foles met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Foles.
You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne.
What? I'd never heard anything more ridiculous in my life.
Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it?
What?
The only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Farrell set on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the one whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in the federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I've got it right here. This piece of evidence that'll blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. And we know about this because of the note! Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely the muddy scarf. It was Mr. Farrells who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. It had already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you're wearing the scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say, Melissa Foster? Oh. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. Obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up a camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Huh. Well, we'll wait for Miss Foster to regain composure before we start again. Till then, this court is in recess. The defendant and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well. This court is in recess. Woo! Yes, please, save. Oh, that was good. Okay, we've been streaming for a long time, so I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to raid real quick. Especially because, god damn it, did we have a lot of crashes today. Oh, something else, man, something else. I'm gonna quickly find someone to raid real quick, but in the meantime, where is it? I will see you guys momentarily. Oh, man. That was fun. That was good. Oh, God, why am I here? That better? No. Huh? Yeah, that kind of works. Oh, God. There we go. Much better. Hey, darn, where'd the braid go? It just became way too much, I'll be real. Like, it became way too parasocial, let's be honest with ourselves. But I should go ahead and find you guys someone to raid real quick, because otherwise, I don't know what otherwise, but otherwise. Let's see. I think I'll raid you guys into the King of Starfish, who's currently doing art at the moment. Okay. Slash raid the King of Starfish. I saw this boat in half. As you guys all well know, a
We also have merch. We have a Discord. I'm all over the socials. And with that all being said, I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.